Welcome aboard this flight. It's gonna be a long one today. We're doing a chill speed to contact. 5 hours flight time. 4 hours and a half. So let's get started with this flight. Don't want to waste any time here. Yeah. So from here to the series here. Start reference airport. Pull up our messages. Now, all go live.
Let's talk about I'm gonna be better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better.
Cool. We gotta put this in here. Now, what we do is I'm gonna get our weights in here. Bring it balance. Step them up. Every 45 passengers completed. Right. Now that we got that good, we got that on board, we got fuel on board. Which I don't know if that's our correct fuel, but let's get it. Alright, cheers, yeah. Romeo, Victor, Hotel, X-ray, attack. Press. Alright, cool. That's our report time. Port 96, 21, 1303. So let's make sure our routes correct. Alright guys, we are going to be using all of them to do. Alright, go. So look at the route page. Right here. Alright, so look here. Hotel Whiskey, Taipei. Yankee Park, Taipei. Taipei, B748. And Apple One execute. Alright, now we is ready set up our arrival. Our shot here. Now I got to type in legs, we want to get 8. Let's put them on. And I'm right. And I'm right. Give me 7. arrival index. Alright, our arrival is gonna be a small one. High tech. I consider arrival. There's only one arrival we can take. He has 130 arrival. That is arrival, if I can get it, right? Here's the arrival. There it is. So take a read. Yes, 140 arrival. That's what it's going to take to beat this 140 arrival. Next we follow UPS 130 route. Like that's going too much work. Alright, we'll execute. Execute that. That's our flight plan. Cool. Perfect, guys. 192. 4.8. Crossway. Don't know what bottom that was, but it's a pound.
It's borderline chaos with inches up. While the ceremony's about to start, I call you red-handed.
Classic expectation.
I see you in the dark.
That's how we do it for first minutes.
Feed me the instructions while you're
What we do
dancing
for
in.
the temperatures, you always pack more than 17 centimeters. So, the temperatures are gone. It can be like 100% thrust. This is a big bird. Okay. Not a lot of stuff. Yes. So we're very happy. Well, happy to begin. How far? I think it's yeah, I don't feel comfortable. Look your folks going. VHHX. Take this to channel 6.6. 138. 141. 137. That's what we do. Take off page. One part train, which is 6. Very nice count. Alright. Now that I got that done, I'll make sure everything here is set for takeoff. Everything here goes auto. Auto, auto. Auto, auto. 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 Want to turn on the nav lights, just toggle everything off. We have cockpits, set everything up here. Today, we do not want to be on 2000 for 2000. Let's go get 2000. Let's get to it from that. Alright. This one's already passed. Okay, cool. Next thing we need to do, we need to set up our APU, or router. Guys, we're almost ready to go. All the passengers on board. All we just gotta do is set up the APU and we're good to go here. Alright, so what we're gonna do is let's get going to the officers first. Put on every single packs here. Let's get to the customer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It goes to auto. AP goes to auto. And while we're doing that, we should probably wait for the ARS to be in line. We are not going to be interested in mercury that's poisoned in the glass, not here. We are do. Alright. ARS is. Alright. ARS is going. I guess they do. Oh, here. Never mind, I take that back. They do actually use auxiliary here. Two 965. Hit us. Told us. We take always the final speed here. Heading for today, 182. Alright, 182 on the heading. Flight directors. Both sides. Left side. Right side comes hard. I'm gonna be at 3,600. And we want to make sure that that's set. We're on the GPU power now. All I can do. I think this is the power truck. And then we did that. Packs. Packs come on. Come on. Oh, actually, please don't come on. Yes, yeah. It's the back sending, come on. Everyone be 3,600, good. And I want to make sure that guys, here's ready for a long day of flight. Alright, I think we're ready to get out of here. So, you know what we can do? I'm gonna turn on the distance field, distance survey, distance security. Okay, and here goes to both. We're ready for push to start. The ground crew should be out of the way, and we'll also do a pushback. There we go. for push. The right click to push back. And that's all it does. And I think we're right here. Alright, let's get a checklist here. Taxi. Okay. Let me brief you guys on what we're gonna do. We're taking off on 19 right, ready to kayak. It's only gonna be like a 5-hour flight, but I cost the next probably gonna take us about 2.5 hours but I can try to get as close as best we can. We're gonna be only heading on 182. We're taking the VR Agodi 7 departure to Agodi VR. We're taking the 19 right, we're gonna push back on Tango. We'll expect taxi Tango Delta, full length, and we have the free speed of 138, 141, 157. If anybody has any questions about that. Auto brakes RTO for today. We're doing flaps 10, flaps 20 departure, transfer 6.6. Flaps 20 departure, good. Transfer 6.6. We have a N1 of 100%. No greater than that. If anybody has any objections or questions, speak now or forever hold your peace. That's all I have to say. But yeah. So that's the plan. I think. Oh, and I am not getting down to like that's him. That's why I didn't see it. Okay. For China Airlines. Okay, that's kind of nothing bad something like that, but guys, very interesting to see it. Nothing like just to get out. Japan Airlines 1303, we're 1748. Connect to the back time. Alright. That works. Cool. Back time. Oh, cool. We're expecting longitude 2.8, 2.3. Good. Radio is gonna be offline. We're up by ourselves. Nobody is here for us. Passenger signs is gonna come on right now. Passenger signs are on. Headings 1. Check this thing. Turn this set. 5, 0. Looks like we can add the trim later. Got trim 0 for now. Get on the 10. Ah, 6.6 on the 10. Oh, and I forgot to say some couple of things before we take off. Let's do one more thing actually. RJCC lights can come on. Set, armed, clutch set. Let's see here. So, basically, we have a takeoff. One right, we're taking on, we should probably be taxi. We're taking, push back on takeoff. Expect to land for taxi to 19 right. Full length taxi. Full thrust on the edges. Something right. Going out. We have RT on the auto brakes. If anything happens before V1, it's gonna be 138. If we have an issue above 130, before 138, we'll take off the taxi off the runway, take care of the issue from there. If not, and if we have anything happen after V1, we'll go take it to the skies and deal with it later. I feel like the pre-flight checklist Takeoff briefing is complete. Don't advise any objections. Speak now or forever hold your peace. And let's do this. Alright. Thanks guys. Hold up. No, you. Alright. Hard to make. Comes online. That's our pushback. Blanket 17. We're ready for engine start. Setting on review. Cut the packs. Take it as fleet air to the system. Check out the cost. Alright, chrono comes online now. Engines 2, 4, 3 and 4 come online. 3 and 4. Then you can automatically start. Like so. Then RJCC is acting up. Check. Ooh, that's Sam. Alright, enter page. Engines 4, 3 and 4, shut off. Engines 1, 2. Alive now. Engines are coming alive. Alright, if you guys haven't ever heard of Contact before, you are now. Yeah, Contact used to be one of the world's dangerous airports, and it still holds the title, it just isn't an airport anymore. It's more of a shopping dog for boats, not planes. Because Hong Kong has a new airport now, literally called Hong Kong International Airport. And its 3 and 4 has been set off. We're good here. VNAV, LNAV, come line. Engines. Alright, let's get our plates on. 1, 2, 3, engines. APU switches come off. Turn off the jet. Turn on jets. Let's go, flaps. 5. 5. That's 5. Flaps 10. Flaps 20. So you guys system. It's gonna stay off for now. So that's free. Look how big those engines. Look how big those wings are. Alright guys, let's get out of here. I'm done wasting my time in Tokyo, Japan. Let's have a little fun. Oh, and recall. Check. The checklist here. Recall checked, flight controls checked, APU traffic clear, APU is normal, stabilized, flaps full. Flaps 20, and set. Guys, let's get to Tokyo. It's pretty All the way to Turkey. Did I just say Tokyo? We spent time in Tokyo. Wednesday, yesterday, Friday. We're done with Tokyo. Okay? So, let's spend some time in Japan. China. I think we'll do Tokyo, Japan. That will hold me to that. Man, not taking airlines. Might be the plan. I thought the A330 to work. Might do it. They kind of wanted to fly the plane. Yeah. It's kind of fun to fly. Yeah. Hi, Rami. Okay. Let's get a kick into the up, all left. Here's the airport, guys. Here's Tokyo. Goodbye. Bye, Chelsea. Don't like the park, guys. No missing that. It's kind of a heavy bird right now. I should probably tell you guys what the plan is. Alright. So, constant X of 85. We're gonna go initially to 380, probably from Edmond, which is not for a while. I've seen it look. Edmond. Yeah, not until we reach like Taipei, something like that. It's gonna be a while until we go to 4,000 feet, but from there. Data lights come on, taxi light come on, sub lights come on. Alright guys, let's take off. Alright, to get out of here. Let's experience a good old Tokyo. No Hong Kong. Just things are really know what it's like. Look. Alright guys, here's Hong Kong. Here are 44%. Hey guys. Let's see what she does. Curious about. Alright, let's see what. Yeah, alright. Check. checklist completed. Like, oh, what? Okay. Alright, guys. Let's rock on out of here. Lock is activated. Lock is activated. Full thrust. Let's get out of here. Hundred knots.
3-1.
Rotate. She is very ready to get out of here. There's a 722 lane. No. Gear up, two. Just gear up. There we go, guys. Here's our wonderful departure. Cleared for 8,600. That's 10. That's 5. 9. No, I'm looking at this. Actually, we can't do controls. Don't care. That's fine. Nope. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to buck up our altitude to 4,000 feet. Guys, we're just going to jump straight to 40,000 feet. Oh, the sucker wants to fly. Alright. I gotta climb this sucker up to 0. It's down. It's down. Alright guys, we're fine. Try to check this sucker out. Following our flight directors. 5 minutes, look around until I'm left. Feels like a heavy bird. 11,000 feet, autopilot bomb, landed. Feels like a really heavy bird. Alright, nav lights are on. Guys, we made it out. Tokyo. We spent a good chunk there. I am not flying there. How long did it take us? 15 minutes. In the airport for 5 minutes, so that's about 10 minutes of traffic. Not bad. Okay. Get out of here. Well, if you guys like that, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, comment the video. If I enjoy it, it was like a really fun flight. Wasn't that weird? The only reason why I haven't done that is because I'm very good. Don't expect that I literally was like this every day. We got 5 hours and 20 minutes together. I can pick up some like past 72,000 feet. Addition altitude 10 5 3 0. Already climbing up. Now let's get some shots in here.
Been on my way since day one. I wait every day till summer. The only thing that means, the only thing regretting is losing you. I'd rather be since day one. wake up kicking myself. Exhale cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt. Resting on my shoulders, going up in a sleepless fade. White eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round, it won't let me out. No me quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar, it won't let me out. See, when I swim, I'm drowning. I see, when I swim, I'm pressure.
Okay, now we're gonna take it from the beach. Hey guys, There's that guys. Alright, like Johnny Cash never do that.
Si nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar, it won't let me out. Irme a otro lugar.
Okay.
Irme a otro lugar.
Let's see. Okay. So, let's say I got heard up. We're here right now in Port of Tokyo near Toronto. And we're missing Hokkaido. But, pass over Hokkaido. Now we're taking the east side of Japan. Follow the east side. Passing stars along the way. We're still following the east side. We can stop, drop down to Taiwan. Follow the east side of Taiwan. And also follow the west side of China. And we're just going straight in. So, and then we'll just go straight in. We're going to take you to a airport called Charlie Hotel. Well, has that in it, but probably APL guys. When I land, draw that speed over, like that speed off the hill over to the exo. That's 50. That's 30.
Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down. Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down when we give it to you. Around with the rhythm, it's a sound. 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 Get down, come on, get down. Get down, come on, get down. Get down, come on, get down.
Go. So yeah, that's my point. Got 4 hours and 20. God knows what we need for help.
Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down. Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down when we give it to you.
Don't follow that. Right here's Tokyo, guys. 35 round. There's stay near Port Tokyo right here. Right here. The spot off of Tokyo. That's gonna be around Tokyo State. That's the right time. I'll play that work. Got about 4 hours and 20 left. Something like 2 so back to level 1. Give you guys really fast. Try to get there as fast as we can.
Thought that you should know I've been going solo. Want my love, baby, earn it.
But yeah,
Yeah,
that's all I got.
dancing on my own. See if you can follow. Got me feeling alive. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. Ooh, I do what I want. Ooh,
Alright guys, I'm gonna take them probably
I do what I
pretty
want.
simple one, but I'm gonna
Hear me now.
grab myself.
Are you ready
That's
now?
probably
'Cause it won't be easy. Only get what you work for. Gotta go all out. Whenever you see me, don't be wasting my time. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. 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 Hear me now. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Break the signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. 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 Hear me now. I do what I want.
I'm trying to hide from the demons inside my mind. There's nowhere to go. show. I've tried a million different ways to leave. Oh my, why can't I not find the key? It's too dark, no one shows me how to see. No, I don't wanna fall too deep. 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 It feels like a curse, 'cause every time when I try to run it hurts. The way that it burns feels like I melt through the earth. I've tried a million different ways to leave. Oh my, why can't I not find the key? It's too dark, no one shows me how to see. No, I don't wanna fall too deep. 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 I don't wanna fall too deep. I don't wanna fall too deep.
Ugh, I love that song. Hey guys.
Don't wanna cry about it. Let's finish what we started. Don't wanna cry about it. Let's finish what we started.
Are we running out of water? Oh my god. Hold on. Yep, we're already over water. If you look on our left side, you might see some water. Yep, there's land. That's the coast of Japan. Jump all that.
Don't wanna cry about it. Let's finish what we started. Don't wanna cry about
Whoa.
it. Let's finish what we started. Don't wanna cry about it. Let's finish what we started. Don't wanna cry about it. To the brain, 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 brain. Straight to the brain, 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 brain. To the brain, 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 brain. Straight to the brain, 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 brain. Straight to the
that we do on that side called Cross the Pond. So we're basically flying. It's probably not half hour.
straight to the
I'm going to stretch my legs every half an hour or so. There's flight coming down.
to the
I can't really step away because of the fact that I am literally so I have HCC that is just telling you that I have to do anything for it.
to the
Yeah.
straight to the to the
But I don't want to be a high alert on
to the brain, 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 brain.
you always want to be a high alert for any
Straight to the brain, brain, brain.
So yeah.
To the brain, 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 brain. Straight to the brain, 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 brain.
That's very smart. That's something that's not on that side.
Straight to the
It's not really different. I like it.
to the straight to the to the
Yeah.
to the straight to the to the
Alright, I want to see. As if that's a thing that's happening. I want to know. It's like
to the
back in here.
to the
Okay, that's the the event happens part of the dance. But I'm not gonna
I've seen enough things to lose hope. Baby, all you still going. I am even stronger now. Evil is looking around you. And maybe I'm mistaken. You know I'm feeling right.
Oh.
Like something on my face, something in my face.
Alana, I feel so bad for you. Give me a story. It's from Jacksonville, Florida. That's the best fucking I know people. It's about the right? This is great.
So do it now, and life will go on, and then will become just nothing at all. Just
I
nothing,
don't know how to record.
just nothing,
It's hard to do. That's relax. Trust me.
and then will become just nothing at all.
And then go ahead. I like this video, but not very good. That's better.
You see no the way to yourself, just don't know what you meant, so you don't get away. Touch right connected, I'm gonna forget it tonight is done. Lost deep on my face, deep in my dreams, and I don't know what it takes, don't know what it takes to move on.
Okay, like this everything earlier. Put the delay on 245.
Something on my face, something in my
So, I'm gonna get a little off, but
I just live forever within our souls. So do it now,
that's better.
life will go on, but then will become just nothing at all. Just nothing, just nothing, just nothing, just nothing at all. Nothing at all, nothing at all. And then will become just nothing at all. I've seen enough things to lose hope, and here I am still going. I am even stronger now.
I heard. You guys can see that? AP's. How's that AP running? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's just been off. Mach 8.5. I feel like we should go Mach 8.7. Still not quite it. Help us. Or tap and more fuel. All of you guys are not fun. There's our cut. Want bars up, guys? Alright guys, after Abris, about 6, 7, 8 nautical miles, we're gonna leave Japan's airspace. And that's to Japan 4. Next time we get back here. I cannot see nothing out there. Yeah. Nothing but out there, guys. That's it.
the front to the back. Now everybody from the front to the back go. Don't stop the rave.
doesn't get better than this. Only a fool would've let you go. You got into my head. Am I about to lose myself? When will all of this fade away? 'Cause I see colors for the first time. I'm starting to realize nothing's ever black and white. And I'm caught up in the first night. Now it doesn't feel right. I'll just have to say goodbye one last time. I know that it's hopeless, but we'll be fine. 'Cause nothing's ever black and white. Cause nothing's ever black and white. I don't see the fire in your eyes, wondering what I've done wrong. Those words are kinda hard to find, so I just had to write this song. I don't wanna see you cry again, and no matter how the story ends, I'll always be there for you. 'Cause I see colors for the first time. I'm starting to realize nothing's ever black and white. And I'm caught up in the first night. Now it doesn't feel right. I'll just have to say goodbye one last time. I know that it's hopeless, but we'll be fine. 'Cause nothing's ever black and white. Nothing's ever black and white. wake up in silence, turning our face an empty bed. There's no one besides me, and I try to remember what I've said.
3 hours left, guys.
We met in school for the first time. Crossed your grace in love and light. Fire and flame for a long time. With that spark, you ignite my heart. You ignite my heart. You ignite my heart. You ignite my heart.
Yeah, that's what's causing our flow.
The years fly by, but we can't stop. Around and get worked up. I want you to forever stay. I mean, it's safe to say you ignite my heart. 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 You ignite my heart.
That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be
Take me up to heaven. Yes, you got me reaching still. Nothing to stop me falling. Who knew that looks could kill? I don't wonder why I'm breathing heavy like the weight of it's on my chest. On my chest. Cause it ain't no lie. I need it more than any metaphor could express. If looks can kill, maybe I'll die tomorrow. But I'll be reaching still. Cause it's a feeling I can't
traffic, United 893 heavy, leaving flight level 360, descending via the Carbu to Echo arrival for Indian traffic.
Pull me up some shots. I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long.
I can feel your energy. It's like you're standing next to me. You're forever on my mind. You're forever by my side. Won't you hold me closely? I don't want to fade away. Please just watch over me. It's not easy. Your love is more.
found you in a crowded, empty place. You felt familiar, but I didn't know your face. As we're standing in the room, the roar of the silence submerged us. Our connection felt so strong without even sharing our first touch. And I can't pretend that you're not on my mind.
And full traffic United 893 will make the island from 34 left from the end hill from the middle at 7,000 quarter center.
Mirage in my heart. Figment of facade. Playing these games on my heart. The presence of you is too good to be true. As if my mind has created you. And I can't pretend that you're not on my mind. Too soon to tell if I'm in love this time.
Alright guys, I'm back. I had to do everything. Alright, we're pretty close to leaving Japan. They're jumping. Drop. Alright. Yeah. I'm back, I'll restart. Oh yeah, I do. Double off markers coming in. Yeah. There's Tokyo. There's Japan. For the last few minutes, I'm gonna be Japan. No, flag. That's it here. That's about it. That's the only word. How much better? I want them so badly.
Wicked is the price. Why'd you run and hide? You can come inside. You're screaming my name. We're lost in the haze. Baby, tell me, are you entertained? You're saying my name, calling me insane. I'm running like a bullet to the brain, brain, brain,
Slow traffic, United 893 heavy, about 14 miles an hour. Intercepting, 34 left to localizer. Tablet, call 10 miles for the island.
Why'd you pull the trigger? You won't find the light in the smoke and mirrors. You're screaming my name, we're lost in the haze. Baby, tell me, are you entertained? You're saying my name, calling me insane. I'm running like a bullet to the brain, 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 brain,
And full traffic, United 893 is 10 miles by left 34 left approach, Warsaw.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
And full traffic, United 893, we're sidestepping to 34 right for scenery. Full.
silent. Now I find comfort in the rain. Tell me who can I rely on when those I love cause me pain? She dreams of you, she calls your name at since day one. I did it on my own. And in every goddamn race, I found it deep inside of my mind. So baby, now we are, yeah, we're making everything that we got. And every time we dizzy or drunk, you come and say no more. Only Chiva. Never meant to say sorry. Si prefieres llámame cuando quieras just call me. Si me ves, que no te está vibrando el móvil. Si te vas un retorno, tú cambiaste el entorno. You wanna return now. What you want, what you need from me. Que me falta por decir, piensa dímelo a mí. Yo no sé nada. What you want, what you need from me. Dime nada que decir. So now let's say I'm about to blow up. Say I'm about to blow up.
playing with fire. Everything turned to dust when we aimed to fly higher. We got lost and dragged each other down. We kept running from the shadows in the night, realizing it was not worth the fight. Moving on alone was what felt right, 'cause we were never meant to be. Dum dum dum.
feel lonely by your side. In the middle of the night, I feel lonely by your side. In the middle of the night, I'm standing in the dark. I'm listening to you, and all I feel is love. Aggressive vibes consuming me.
Alright guys, it's now flying. Right now, got 2 hours to go. Okay. Don't know how to do it. You guys want to watch a video about tech tech? I feel like you should do that. To watch a crash video, learn about tech tech animals, what you should do. Yeah, you should do that. Alright, oh, we never got to finish this video. I forgot. Hold on. We never got to finish this video.
Oh, he's my miracle child.
No.
Start the maneuver.
Alright guys, we'll watch a video.
Cole, he's my miracle.
Right after this. And there's actually a video that you guys want to learn about. First we're gonna learn about the tech. We're gonna watch a video that we didn't get to watch yesterday. So get to yeah. Let's watch it.
Hurtling towards the snowy mountains below. There's nothing wrong with the aircraft. Instead, this situation has been caused by a father's pride in his work and a little known function of the autopilot. Stay tuned. A huge thank you to Blinkist for sponsoring this video. The accident that I will tell you about today is among the saddest and most preventable ones that I've ever come across. And it serves as a really good reminder that even though you might break rules with the absolute best intentions, it can still start a chain of events that you cannot control. In the evening of the 22nd of March 1994, an Airbus A310 from Russian Airlines, which is a subsidiary to the Russian flag carrier Aeroflot, is getting ready for a flight between Moscow and Hong Kong. The flight time is expected to be 13 hours and 39 minutes, which is so long that you require at least 3 pilots to fly it so that they can alternate and take some rests during the flight. The pilot in command is a quite experienced 40-year-old, and he has been flying the Airbus A310 for about 2 years at this point, giving him about 950 hours on type. His previous experience was largely on the Tupolev 134. Together with him is a fairly experienced 33-year-old first officer who joined Aeroflot about 2 years prior and has amassed 440 hours of flying on the Airbus A310. And the third pilot is an experienced 39-year-old captain who has amassed 907 hours on the Airbus A310, and on this flight he is traveling for the first time ever internationally together with his 2 teenage children, Jana and Eldar. And that fact is going to become very important for what's about to happen. The rest of the crew consists of 9 cabin crew members, and there are 63 passengers, a lot of them actually airline employees who are traveling over to Hong Kong on this flight. The pilot goes through the pre-flight, they check the weather. The weather is fine en route, it's not expected to be any turbulence or anything like that, and they start making their way down towards the aircraft. When they get down to the aircraft, they're met by another pilot who is going to be traveling as a passenger. And he asks if it would be possible for him to sit inside of the cockpit during the flight, and this is agreed by the pilots. The crew starts preparing for departure. The pilots are looking through the technical logbook, which they see is completely clean. There's no technical issues with the aircraft. So they continue with the pre-flight preparation. They board their passengers. They push back from the gate, start taxiing out, and at time 13:39 UTC, that's 20:39 local time, they take off from runway 25 right in Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow. Initially, they make a right-hand turn up towards the northeast and they climb to 30,000 feet, where they stay for about 27 minutes before they continue to climb up to their initial cruise altitude of 34,000 feet. The flight proceeds normally for the first 4 hours over the dark skies of central Russia, and at 26 minutes past midnight, it's time for the pilot in command to get back to get his rest. So he leaves the cockpit, gets into the passenger cabin and sits down to get a few hours of sleep, and the co-captain takes his place in the cockpit. So now the co-captain, which I'm going to refer to as the captain from this point onwards, is pilot flying. And he's sitting together with his first officer, who's pilot monitoring, who's handling the radio. And it's around this time that the captain decides that he's going to invite his 2 teenage children into the cockpit. He's really proud of his work and he wants to show off this highly technological cockpit to his children, which I completely understand. Remember, this is prior to 9/11, so the rules around who could come in and visit the cockpit was not as stringent as they are now. So there's nothing strange with this request, and the children comes into the cockpit and starts looking curiously around. At 43 minutes past midnight, the captain suddenly has an idea. He asks his daughter, Jana, if she would like to sit in the pilot chair and fly the aircraft. Jana gets excited of this idea, and the captain now leaves his chair. He does not hand over controls to the first officer. Instead, he puts himself behind the central pedestal, still technically in charge of the aircraft and the pilot flying role. Jana gets into the seats, she sits down and she looks up on this massive control wheel ahead of her, and she also asks her dad if he can put the seat up a little bit so she gets up a little bit higher. Now, I mentioned to you before that letting the children into the cockpit was not strictly against the rules at the time, but this, what is happening right now, this is against the rules. Because as the pilot in command and pilot flying, you're not really supposed to leave the pilot chair for any reason other than strictly safety related or operational. And if you do, you have to hand over the controls to the pilot monitoring, who then becomes pilot flying. But this doesn't happen. Instead, he gets out of the chair and he lets in an outsider, someone with no training whatsoever, into the pilot chair. And this is probably the worst break of the rules of them all, because under no circumstances are you allowed to, neither then nor now, to have someone like that sitting in the active pilot chair in an aircraft that is in flight. The first officer is watching this happening, and since he's pilot monitoring, he has pulled his chair to the furthest back position. He is only 160 centimeters long, so with the chair in that position, he doesn't properly reach the pedals, and it would be problematic to try to hand fly from that position, and this is soon going to have some severe consequences. The captain now tells his daughter, Jana, to put her hands on the control wheel, that she's going to get to fly the aircraft. He then reaches up and he switches the autopilot mode from navigation, which is the mode that follows the pre-programmed route, to heading, which is going to follow whatever he sets on the heading bug. He moves the heading bug more than 15 degrees to the left, and this initiates a 20-degree bank turn to the left. And since Jana has her hands on the controls, it will feel like she is the one that is actually making the turn. Once the turn has been initiated and been going for a while, the captain then reaches over and brings the heading bug back again, which initiates a right-hand turn, and once they're back onto more or less their initial track, he re-engages navigation and the aircraft continues on its route. During this whole maneuver, Jana has only rested her hands on the controls. She hasn't applied any force to it. So this means that as the autopilot was doing this left and then right maneuver, it hasn't felt like the pilots were trying to counteract it in any way. Jana stays in the pilot seat for about 7 minutes, curiously looking around, until at time 0052 she makes way for her older brother Eldar, who's now keen to get into the pilot seat and try it out for himself. As the siblings are now changing place in the left-hand seat, the first officer gets onto the radio and he calls up Novosibirsk Control. He gives them a position report and he tells them that they will reach the waypoint Sakir at time 0059, about 8 minutes away. turns out that they will never make this waypoint. And I'll tell you all about what happens next
Thank you, guys.
after this short message from...
I'll be back.
I feel lonely by your side, in the middle of the night. I feel lonely by your side, in the middle of the night. I'm standing in the dark, I'm listening to you, and all I fear is love. Aggressive vibes consuming me. I'm falling just for you. It's all again, it's all again, it's all again, it's all again, it's all again. So consume me.
Alright, let's get back to the video.
Down into the captain chair. The pilot who's been traveling passively on the jump seat asks if he can take a picture of him. And Eldar, of course, agrees and he's really proud of this moment, which we all can understand. The captain now intends to do exactly the same type of maneuver with Eldar as he did with his daughter, Jana, earlier. But before he can start the maneuver, Eldar...
Two videos.
turns over and asks his father if he can actually turn the yoke. The captain responds with, yeah, you can. And then he reaches over and he engages heading again. He turns the heading bug once again, more than 15 degrees to the left, which initiates the turn by the autopilot. But this time, Eldar is actually inputting with quite a bit of force onto the control wheel. This can be seen later on the flight data recorder by some asymmetry between the left and right aileron as he's doing so, but initially this doesn't really impact the autopilot. Once he has initiated the turn and done the left-hand turn for a while, the captain once again reaches over to the heading bug and moves it over to the right to re-initiate a right-hand turn. Eldar follows through in the controls and he inputs a little bit more pressure onto the steering wheel. Now, as the autopilot is starting to get closer to its intended heading, it also starts to input in order to level off the wings to maintain the heading that is indicated by the heading bug. The problem now is that Eldar keeps his pressure onto the yoke, keeps it wanting to turn right. And this exceeds a limit value inside of the autopilot. And here's where you need to understand a little bit about how the autopilot works. So when we use the autopilot in most of these more advanced modes, the autopilot has full authority to both turn the aircraft and maintain altitude or climb or descend, right? It controls the aircraft in all three axes. A pilot would never try to counteract the autopilot when it's moving unless there is a non-normal situation. So if the autopilot for whatever reason is not doing what it's supposed to, but then the pilots can intervene, and the way that the autopilot is supposed to respond to this is by giving authority back to the pilots, and it can do so in different ways depending on the aircraft type. In most cases, this causes the autopilot to disconnect completely, and that is abundantly obvious to everyone, because it will come with an oral warning that it happened, and you'll also see it on your flight mode annunciator. But here is where a key detail of the autopilot on the Airbus A310 differs from the types that these pilots have been flying before. Because as Eldar is now maintaining his right-hand turn input on the steering wheel, and the autopilot tries to level off, it feels that, okay, the pilot wants me to do something else, and it disconnects only the lateral channel of the autopilot. This means that the autopilot is still engaged. It doesn't give any oral warnings, it doesn't even give any visual warnings to the pilots that this has happened. It still controls the aircraft's altitude, but it has now relinquished control in the lateral part, the turning part of the autopilot. This decoupling of the lateral autopilot channel would, for a trained pilot, definitely be felt. If you are turning against the autopilot and this decoupling happens, you would feel suddenly a difference in the amount of force feedback you need to put into the controls. But because Eldar is now doing this input and he has no idea about what he's doing, he has no training or no knowledge of this, he doesn't notice it. And there's also a possibility that the first officer at this point is also following through on the control wheel on his side, but he wouldn't notice it either, because he might think that the difference in force feedback is due to inputs that Eldar is doing on his side. So none of the two people that are at the controls, and certainly not the pilot, the only real pilot that has input to the controls now, notices that this decoupling happens. The aircraft now continues its right-hand turn, past the point where it should have leveled off and followed its original route, and it's slowly increasing its bank angle because there is still a little bit of force introduced on the steering wheel towards the right. There's still no indication in the cockpit that the lateral channel of the autopilot has been disengaged, but it's also a fact that none of the pilots seems to be monitoring the aircraft as it continues to turn. During this time, the captain has actually looked away a little bit, and he's engaged in a conversation with his daughter, Jana, and that takes about 20 seconds or so. And it's when the aircraft bank angle increases past 20 degrees of bank that the 16-year-old Eldar speaks up, and he says, why is it turning? And the first officer looks over at him and responds, is it turning by itself? And Eldar responds with, yeah. At this point, the pilot on the jump seat speaks up, and he says, it's turning into the area, guys. And the first officer looks down onto his navigation display and he says, yeah, it's reaching the area, the holding area.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where
A holding area is an oval-shaped area that aircraft goes into when they need to hold for whatever reason. For example, before they can start an approach into an airport, or if they have to hold at a certain navigate for another reason. But why would the pilots think that they're entering a holding area? They haven't told the aircraft to do so, they haven't programmed it, and it's definitely not on the route. Well, it turns out that in flight testing of the Airbus A310, when it's subject to a situation like this, when the aircraft is turning away from its intended route and it doesn't follow the autopilot, it can start to show a false track line on the navigation display. This is basically a suggested track line, so the aircraft saying, well, you're turning obviously, so maybe you want to go this way, and it can turn out either as a straight line or as a circular line. But in any case, if the pilots are looking down on their navigation display and they suddenly see that the aircraft is or looks like it's following this suggested track line, maybe that's why they think that this is happening. In any case, it seems like all of the pilots are now looking at this happening on navigation display, and none of them is monitoring what's actually happening to the aircraft's attitude. Because like I was saying before, the aircraft is now banking more and more to the right. It passes 30 degrees, which is the limit for the autopilot. It passes 45 degrees, which is what we considered a steep turn, and it continues to increase. And interestingly enough, this also happens without any oral warning inside of the cockpit. But remember how I said that the autopilot has not disengaged fully, that it's still trying to maintain the altitude? Well, because the only way that it can do that is by increasing the elevator back pressure and also changing the angle of the stabilizer, it's now trying to do that. But as the aircraft banks more and more, it becomes more and more hard for the autopilot to keep the altitude. So as the aircraft passes about 45 degrees of bank angle, it also starts descending. But because the elevator is now deflected upwards in order to try to maintain the altitude, the aircraft, as it's banking more and more, is also subjecting the passengers and crews to more and more G-forces. So when it passes about 45 degrees of bank, the G-force is about 1.6, so 60% more than normal. And this is likely what finally gets the pilots to look down onto their primary flight display to see what's going on. The first one that speaks up is the jump seat pilot, who says, "Hey guys," that's quickly followed by the captain, who said, "Hold it, hold the control column, hold it." It is very likely that that command from his father, the captain, actually caused Eldar to physically hold on to the control column. That would be the logical response for someone who is not a trained pilot. But what the captain actually wanted was for the pilots to level the aircraft off, to hold the bank angle and to try to bring it back onto the left. This was correctly understood by the first officer, who is now trying to put left input onto the aileron in order to level the aircraft out again. But because Eldar is now following his father's direct order, the captain's order to hold the flight controls, the first officer, as he's inputting left aileron, encounters resistance. And because this is happening, only a few of the flight controls, like the aileron on the right-hand side and a few of the flight spoilers on the left-hand wing, is actually following this input. This is happening because of another feature of the flight control system on the Airbus. You see, if the yoke, the steering wheel of an aircraft, would become blocked on one side for whatever reason, it's really important that the remaining pilot with the remaining steering wheel will still be able to control the aircraft. And the way that you do this is that you apply force to the control input until you physically separate the two from each other. But when that happens, the remaining pilot will only be able to control part of the flight controls on the wings. This is likely what's happening here. And as the first officer is now trying to turn towards the left, and Eldar is holding on to the flight controls as his father has told him to do, it becomes really, really hard and sluggish for the first officer to try to straighten the aircraft up. And you can see on the flight data recorder that he actually momentarily reverses, as in turns right for a bit, just to kind of see whether or not something is wrong with the flight controls. But when he does so, the bank angle just increases even more towards the right. Now, it is unlikely that this actually made much difference in this case, because as the aircraft is now at an almost 90-degree bank angle, and the elevator, which, remember, the autopilot is still trying to maintain the altitude, is deflected almost fully upwards, it means that the angle of attack of the aircraft has exceeded the stall angle. And when the wings are stalled, you might not have any aileron control anyway. Interesting to note here is that for the first few seconds of this stall event, there is no audible stall warning in the cockpit. They definitely have buffeting. You know, the aircraft will be shaking, which is a very clear signal that they're in a stall. But since the autopilot is now finally being disconnected by the forces being applied to the yoke, that warning of the autopilot being disconnected, together with the aircraft descending away from its cleared altitude, override the audible stall warnings. So it takes about 4 seconds before the stall warning actually comes on in the cockpit. During the subsequent 21 seconds, the captain, who is still standing behind the central pedestal in the cockpit, is screaming, "The other way, turn left." And the first officer is also saying, the other way, presumably talking to 16-year-old Eldar, who is holding on to the controls for his dear life.
Some people just know that's not gonna fit.
Now, what should happen right now, because the aircraft is in the stall, is that you need to get out of the stall. And the way to do that is to disconnect the autopilot, to push the nose forward so that you unload the wings, get out of the critical angle of attack. Only then, once the wings are unstalled, can you start to try to level off the bank and get it to wings level again. But this does not happen. The aircraft continues in its stalled situation, descending very rapidly in a very steep right turn bank. And it is pretty obvious from the cockpit voice recorder that the pilots have lost their situational awareness in this situation. It's worth noting here that one of the reasons that the pilots didn't react correctly in this situation was that at this time in this airline, the pilots had not received any training in the simulator on how to deal with a high-level upset, stall and recovery procedure. The time is now 00:55 minutes and 58 seconds, and things are about to become even worse. The aircraft is in an almost 90-degree right turn bank and a pitch down of 20 degrees, which means that it's descending rapidly. But as the autopilot disconnects, this means that the high angle of attack protection system kicks in. This forces the nose down even further in order to try to unload the wings. That's the whole idea of that system. But it means that the pitch attitude now changes from minus 20 degrees to minus 50 degrees, which gives a terrifying descent rate of almost 39,000 feet per minute or 200 meters per second. And since the auto throttle is still engaged and is set to thrust hold, it means that the speed is now increasing rapidly and it passes 400 knots. At time 00:56 minutes and 18 seconds, the first officer suddenly exclaims, "To the left, there is the ground," indicating that he's now regaining his situational awareness. Unfortunately, he then also realizes how bad the situation is, and instinctively he starts pulling back on his yoke. This causes the elevator to go to full deflection and exert enormous G-forces on the aircraft. Around 4.7 Gs was the highest recorded on the flight data recorder, and that would have likely led to structural deformations of the aircraft. These G-forces also made it extremely hard to move inside of the cockpit, and the captain is now screaming, "Get out!" to his son Eldar, but he is completely pinned down into the pilot seats because of these G-forces. As the captain is trying to get into the seat, the first officer is now fixating on the high speed situation that they're in. And he's still sitting quite far back. He can't properly reach the pedals, but he can reach the thrust levels, so he pulls them back to idle. This, in combination with the fact that they're now pitching up steeply, means that the speed is now dropping from 400 knots down to only 100 knots within a few seconds. During this part of the maneuver, the G-forces are now letting off a bit, which means that Eldar can finally get out of the pilot seats and the captain can get back into it. Unfortunately, as they are doing this, one of them pushes the left-hand rudder. And in the situation they're now in, with low speed, full elevator back, left bank, and now suddenly a kick of the left rudder, we have a classic spin entry, and the aircraft goes into an immediate right-hand spin, which pitches the nose down again to almost vertical dive. At this point, the G-forces drops to 0, which means that everyone on board is experiencing weightlessness. Now the captain is finally back in his seat, and at time 00:57 minutes and 11 seconds, the aircraft has actually stabilized itself a bit. It's in a 20-degree left-hand bank and a 20-degree nose-down position, so it's still not good. But it is likely that if the pilots would have just let the controls go here and the elevator would have been returned to a neutral position, the aircraft might have stabilized its speed and it would have been possible for them to rectify the situation. But instead, the elevator is once again pulled back to its maximum deflection, the aircraft pitches up and starts losing speed. At time 00:57 minutes and 47 seconds, someone pushes the left rudder again. This once again creates the conditions for a spin. The aircraft starts rotating at a higher and higher angular velocity, and at this point, the aircraft is at only about 1,000 feet altitude. So it is just too late, and even though the pilots managed to stop the rotation, the aircraft still crashes into the foothills of the Kuneshki Alatau at time 00:58 and 1 second. This is only 3 minutes and 15 seconds after Eldar first sat down into the pilot seat, and the whole upset took only 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Nope. That time. And Alright guys. Finally get to finish this.
All 75 people on board immediately perishes as the aircraft impacts the ground. It took several hours for the crash location to be found, and the rescue workers had to travel there by helicopter because of its remote location. Fortunately, the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder was fairly quickly found, and they were in good condition, which led to the investigators being able to piece together the reasons behind this crash, which is, as you heard, really, really tragic. The final report concluded that the crash was due to the presence of an outsider in the pilot's seat, the fact that he unwittingly disconnected the lateral channel of the autopilot and that there was no warnings in the flight deck that had happened. That then led to an increasing in-flight upset situation which wasn't recognized by the flight crew, and once it was recognized it wasn't handled properly, probably partly because of the fact that the first officer, who was the only pilot next to the controls, was not in a seating position that was good enough to handle that situation. This led to several recommendations, as you might expect, about cockpit security and who can actually access the cockpit, but also how the pilots are supposed to be monitoring the flight and when they can and how they can leave their seats. It also led to recommendations about flight training and upset and recovery from a high altitude stall, as well as recommendations to the aircraft manufacturer, Airbus, about the introduction of proper audible warnings in case the autopilot would disconnect one of its channels, which was the case here, but also about more audible bank angle warnings and several other systems improvements. Now, if you want to see more videos about incidents and accidents, well then check out this playlist up here, or this video up here, which I think you're going to find really interesting. If you want to support...
Alright guys. That was that video. Let's watch this video. Oh my god. First crash is in history. Also known as the Titanic of the skies.
It took just over 4 minutes for this aircraft to lose control and fall nearly 38,000 feet. That's roughly the same time it takes to toast a piece of bread. What were the crucial details that caused this accident? Stay tuned. The crew who were going to operate Air France Flight 447 arrived in Rio de Janeiro from Paris on the 28th of May 2009. They were scheduled for a 3-day stop in Rio before the return flight back to Paris. We know very little about how they spent their time during this layover, but what is known is that the first officer, who was later going to be pilot flying of this flight, had brought his wife with him for the trip. Given that, it's unlikely that at least he spent the whole day before the flight resting, and there were indications that this might also apply to the other pilots. Flight 447 was scheduled to depart at 8 in the evening Rio time. That would be 11 o'clock at night Paris time, and that meant that the crew would have to operate through the night on the way home, with a scheduled landing time in Paris around midday on the 1st of June. This would mean that the pilots would have to operate throughout the window of circadian law, a time of night during which it's especially hard for the human body and mind to stay alert. Because of this, and the fact that the flight was scheduled to last 12 hours and 45 minutes, the flight crew had been augmented with an extra pilot to allow for scheduled rest during the flight back. This meant that there were 3 pilots who were going to fly together, 1 captain and 2 first officers. The captain was 58 years old and had a total flying experience of 11,000 hours, 1,700 of which was flown as a pilot in command on the Airbus A330. The first officer was 32 years old. He was the least experienced of the crew, with 3,000 hours in total and 800 on the type. He had done his type rating on the Airbus A330 and 340 in 2008, the year before the flight. The third pilot, which I will refer to in this video as the relief pilot, was a 37-year-old first officer. He had a total time of 6,500 hours, but he was actually the most experienced on the type, with 4,500 hours flown on it. He had flown very little during the previous 3 months before the flight, because he was also working as a management pilot in Air France.
It's everything you wish for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing.
And then stop it. Thank you guys.
Prior to operating the flights, the pilots met up and reviewed the planning documentation, including weather, flight plans and NOTAMs. The weather was fine for the 12 hours and 45 minutes. The flight crew had been augmented with an extra pilot to allow for scheduled rest during the flight back. This meant that there were 3 pilots who were going to fly together, 1 captain and 2 first officers. The captain was 58 years old and had a total flying experience of 11,000 hours, 1,700 of which was flown as a pilot in command on the Airbus A330. The first officer was 32 years old. He was the least experienced of the crew, with 3,000 hours in total and 800 on the type. He had done his type rating on the Airbus A330 and 340 in 2008, the year before the flight. The third pilot, which I will refer to in this video as the relief pilot, was a 37-year-old first officer. He had a total time of 6,500 hours, but he was actually the most experienced on the type, with 4,500 hours flown on it. He had flown very little during the previous 3 months before the flight because he was also working as a management pilot in Air France. Prior to operating the flights, the pilots met up and reviewed the planning documentation, including weather, flight plans and NOTAMs. The weather was fine for the departure and in Paris, but the en route weather looked a bit more complicated. Since the flight would be crossing the equator, it would also be crossing an area over the Atlantic known as the Intertropical Convergence Zone, or the ITCZ. In this zone, the easterly trade winds from the northern and southern hemisphere will converge and can force the humid air from the surface of the sea upwards. This can cause powerful thunderstorms that can reach as high as 60,000 feet, which is much higher than most aircraft can fly. This also means that the aircraft who have to fly through this zone might be subject to flying between and sometimes even through part of these storm clouds. The storms who are formed over water in the ITCZ can sometimes contain smaller water content than the storms that form over land, making them harder to see on the aircraft weather radar, so pilots need to be very careful when navigating around them since they could still be quite severe. The pilots likely discussed this risk of encountering these type of storms and carried a bit of extra fuel to give them the option of navigate around these storms if needed. The pilots also briefed their 9 cabin crew about the possibility of turbulence and the effect that might have on their service. Before we leave the discussion of the Intertropical Convergence Zone, we need to talk a little bit about the types of precipitation that can be found inside of these types of thunderstorms. Most people are familiar with the heavy rain and sometimes hail that typically come out of these clouds, but as you look higher up through the clouds, things can become a bit more complicated. Because of the very strong currents inside of the cloud, water droplets can be forced upwards into very cold air and become supercooled. This means that they are still in water form, but as soon as they hit the surface of some sort, they will instantly freeze and create clear ice. Sometimes these supercooled droplets can collide with snowflakes, and when that happens, a type of soft ice crystals can be formed, which is not as hard as hail, but big enough to be heard when it hits the aircraft if you fly through it. This type of precipitation doesn't create the type of heavy airframe icing that supercold rain does, but it has significant volume and can quickly clog up and overwhelm sensors and probes on the aircraft, especially the pitot probes, which I will explain later. More than 9 different occurrences of this type of clogging happening to Air France flights had been reported during 2008 and 2009, and these reports, together with how to recognize and deal with the issues, had been published in safety bulletins circulated to all Air France pilots during the year before the accident flight. The aircraft that the pilots were going to operate was a reasonably new Airbus A330-203. It had been delivered to Air France in 2005 and was in almost perfect working order on the evening of the departure. Prior to arriving to the aircraft, the pilots ordered 70.4 tons of fuel to be loaded, and together with their cabin crew they walked out to the aircraft and started preparing it for departure. Now, it will be impossible to explain what happened on this flight without also explaining a few details about this Airbus, but also a little bit about flying in general. Pilots need a way to accurately measure the amount of air that is flowing over the wings, because that's what really determines the performance of the aircraft. To do this, they utilize a type of probe known as a pitot tube or a pitot probe. These probes are often situated along the front of the aircraft below the cockpit, and they look a little bit like gun barrels, and they have a hole in the front where the air enters and the total pressure is then measured inside of the tube. They are electrically heated, and the heating is automatic on the Airbus A330. But in order to accurately measure the airspeed, the static pressure must also be measured, so it can be deducted from the total pressure from the pitot probes. This static pressure is measured from a different device called a static port. And that static pressure is then used both for calculating the airspeed and, crucially, also the altitude of the aircraft. These different pressures are then sent to the aircraft computers called Air Data Modules or ADMs. The ADMs will calculate the correct true airspeed, but another thing that will become hugely important in this story is that the static pressure from the static port must be corrected depending on how fast the aircraft is flying. That's because the air flows over the aircraft surfaces surrounding the static port and will therefore create localized pressure differences depending on the speed. These corrections are done automatically by the ADM computers, and because airspeed and altitude are critical values, there are 3 different independent sets of probes and computers fitted to the aircraft. Now, because of the problems that Air France and other operators had reported of ice crystals clogging up the pitot probes, Airbus had started to look into the problem. A newer type of pitot probe had been found to be more effective in preventing these problems, and a maintenance bulletin had been issued suggesting an upgrade to these newer probes. Air France had just started upgrading their first Airbus A330 about 1 month prior to the departure of Flight 447, and the accident aircraft was actually scheduled to have its probes changed on its arrival to Paris after the flight. But why was the change of these pitot probes just a suggested action? Why wasn't it mandatory? Well, that's because the temporary loss of airspeed due to this issue was both very rare, it only lasted for a maximum of a couple of minutes, and there was a defined procedure which the pilots were supposed to follow in case it happened. In Air France, this procedure was known as IS de tous, but I will refer to it in this story as unreliable airspeed. Because this problem had been reported several times, it had been included in the recurrent training scenario for all Air France crews during 2008 and 2009. The training had included airspeed unreliable exercises, but only at low altitude. That's because that was seen as more safety critical because of the closeness to the terrain, but the performance of the aircraft was also much better than it would be at high altitude. Airspeed unreliable can be very tricky to diagnose because the failure will look different depending on what caused it and how severe it is. During the exercises that Air France crews had practiced, the autopilot did not disconnect and there were no warnings sounding in the cockpit when the failure occurred. Now, the airspeed unreliable procedure included the use of memory items, meaning safety critical items that needed to be done straight away from memory of the pilots. But using them was optional depending on the situation, and that had been interpreted as only needed if the aircraft was close to the ground. Also important for this story is that none of the pilots of Flight 447 had received any recent training on how to deal with an approach to stall and recovery, especially at high altitude. The latest stall training that they had actually received was done during their type rating on the Airbus A320, which they had all done years earlier. And that initial training that they had done was all done at low altitude, in which heavy emphasis was put on the use of thrust to recover the aircraft and power it out of the stall, achieving it with minimum altitude loss. Decreasing the pitch was a secondary action to take. Now, this idea that the engines will have enough power to pull an aircraft out of an extreme high angle of attack is also going to become very important. Once the 216 passengers had finished boarding and the crew were ready, the pilots asked for pushback and started moving away from their gate at time 22:09 UTC, only 9 minutes behind schedule. The first officer was pilot flying and all 3 pilots were present in the cockpit as they were taxiing out. At time 22:29, the aircraft started rolling down the runway in Rio de Janeiro and performed a completely normal takeoff. They climbed away along their clear departure route, which led them up through a northeasterly course following the coastline of Brazil. At some point after passing 20,000 feet climbing, the relief pilot left the cockpit to start his scheduled rest period, which would last about 3 hours. He went back into the crew rest compartment, which consisted of 2 bunk beds just behind the cockpit, and we don't know exactly when he left the cockpit, because the cockpit voice recordings from the cockpit voice recorder doesn't start until just after midnight UTC time. In any case, the 2 remaining pilots received clearance to climb to their initial cruise altitude of flight level 350, 35,000 feet, and once they were established in cruise, they were talking to controllers from Brasilia FIR, and then later they switched over to Recife control. And it was receiver control who were going to be the last ones to have radar contact with the flight, because in that control area they were largely still flying over land, but once they passed into the next FIR, Atlantico, they would move away from radar coverage and instead be following oceanic traffic separation procedures. Now, flights over oceanic areas requires special training, procedures and aircraft equipment. Since the curvature of the Earth makes VHF radio communication impossible, aircraft are equipped with something called HF radios. These radios use layers in the ionosphere to bounce the signals off from and can therefore reach much further distances. As the aircraft passed an RNAV point called INTOL, the pilots checked in with Atlantico Control on one of the two HF frequencies that they had been given. The pilots then tried to log into a new system that was being tested at the time in the area called ADS-C. This system would use automatic reports sent by the aircraft itself via satellite to update the position of the aircraft to ATC, thus showing where it was even if they didn't have radar coverage. Another cool thing that this new system could do was that it would immediately send a report if an aircraft deviated from the course or altitude that it had been assigned. But unfortunately, due to a formatting error in the flight plan that had been filed, the pilots were unable to log into this new system, and therefore, as soon as the aircraft left conventional radar coverage, it would not be able to be accurately tracked anymore, something that would come to have grave consequences. The Airbus A330 is a fly-by-wire aircraft, and that means that the inputs that the pilots make on their side stick and rudders will be electronically interpreted by a computer and then sent to the hydraulic flight control actuators for execution. This type of controls comes with many benefits. For example, it makes the aircraft substantially lighter, but mainly it allows the aircraft to monitor certain safety parameters and make sure that those parameters aren't exceeded. Parameters like excessive bank and pitch angles are monitored, as well as safeguarding the maximum and minimum speeds, and a whole load of other parameters as well. Now, detractors of the system say that this lets the aircraft have the final word of the pilots, but that's not completely true. Only maneuvers which are really extreme and ultimately dangerous are blocked by the system, but the fly-by-wire system do require that the pilots who operate them really understand how they work and when those protections actually work and don't. This is true for all aircraft, obviously, but it's especially true here. And why is that? Well, in order for these protections to properly work, the computers who monitor them needs to be absolutely sure that they are using correct parameters to start with. If that is not the case, the computers will back off and take away those protections simply because the computers aren't really sure what's going on. These computers receive their inputs from a lot of different sources, like the pitot probes, the static ports, the inertial reference units, angle of attack vanes, and so on. They combine all of this data into 3 air data reference units, who together form the air data inertial reference system. As long as all 3, or at least 2, of these ADRs agree with each other, the aircraft control computers are happy, and it can continue to operate in what's called normal law. Normal law means that all protections are available and that the aircraft is basically impossible to stall or put into an upset situation. But if 2 or more ADRs start sending strange information, a couple of things will quickly happen. First of all, these inconsistencies might affect the autoflight system, like the autopilot that controls the aircraft, the auto throttle governing the engines, and the flight directors who are showing the pilots how to fly. That's quite logical if you think about it. The aircraft will not try to navigate or control the aircraft if it's not sure about what's going on. It will leave that up to the pilots to figure it out. And following up on that same logic, the aircraft control computers will degrade from normal law into either alternate law 1 or alternate law 2, depending on the severity of the issues. The difference between normal law and alternate law 2, which will soon become relevant in this flight, is that the protections that the aircraft normally have regarding maximum angle of attack or stall protection will no longer be available. This would be shown by the removal of warning indicators like the barber's pole on the primary flight display, as well as yellow crosses where the limitations would normally be shown. The other difference is that the roll control of the aircraft changes. In normal law and alternate law 1, the roll inputs on the side stick will command a specific roll rate from the aircraft. If the pilot inputs a specific roll rate to be kept, the aircraft will give that and gust disturbances will be compensated for. It will basically be very stable and easy to handle. But in alternate law 2, the side stick will give direct commands to the ailerons and spoilers rather than commanding a specific roll rate. This means no bank protections or stability control. This will also make the aircraft more roll sensitive, especially at higher altitudes where there's less aerodynamic damping due to the thinner air. Another major difference between a conventional aircraft and an Airbus fly-by-wire aircraft is the pitch trim system. If you're flying manually in a conventional aircraft, the yoke controls the flight controls directly and the trim has to be done deliberately by the pilots. In an Airbus, the side stick input will ask the control computers for a specific roll rate horizontally and a pitch or a G loading vertically. When the pilot sets a specific pitch, the elevators will initiate the pitch and the massive horizontal stabilizer will then move automatically to continue maintaining that pitch without any pilot input. This also means that there is no big tactile feedback from the stick if the aircraft is entering into a strange trim position due to low speed, for example, which would be the case on another aircraft like the 737, for example, that I'm flying. In normal law, that's not an issue because the aircraft also guards the aircraft from getting close to an angle of attack high enough to stall it, but that's not the case in alternate law. Now, these differences are really important for any pilot to know about, but even more crucially, they need to understand them and they need to be able to retrieve this knowledge when things are starting to go wrong. Now, before we get into the actual accident sequence of this video, I just want to share this short message from my sponsor who makes it possible for me to create. At time 01:46, the first officer dimmed the cockpit lights in order to see better outside and confirmed that the aircraft was now entering into a cloud layer. It was pitch black outside with the moon situated behind them and light turbulence now started rocking the aircraft. The crew discussed if it would be possible to climb higher as it looked like they were just skimming the tops of the clouds at flight level 350. But when the first officer checked the maximum altitude they could climb to, it was indicated as flight level 370 and they both decided that it wouldn't be a good idea to sit at maximum altitude if the turbulence would get worse. Now, this is probably a good opportunity to discuss another thing that will become important very soon. As an aircraft climbs higher, the air will become thinner and thinner outside. And because of that, depending on the weight of the aircraft as well as the outside temperature and some other factors, the aircraft will be limited from continuing to climb as the engines just won't be able to produce enough excess thrust to do it. This also means that the engines do not have much excess thrust to deal with any non-normals up there, and because of that we pilots need to be very careful and quite conservative with how the aircraft is operated. The only way that an aircraft can climb higher than its indicated max altitude would be to exchange kinetic energy, their speed, for potential energy, altitude. But doing so would dramatically increase the angle of attack. At higher altitudes, the critical angle of attack, meaning the angle where the aircraft will stall if it's exceeded, is also less due to aerodynamic effects from flying closer to the speed of sound. So in short, the aircraft will stall earlier and will have less available thrust at high altitudes. It will also be more sensitive and harder to hand fly due to less air providing aerodynamic damping. After the aircraft had entered into the clouds, the captain started commenting on the appearance of St. Elmo's fire. This is a sure sign of a building electrical charge close to an aircraft, a further indication that they were getting close to storm clouds. Around this time, the captain pressed a button on the overhead panel, which activated a call bell in the crew bunk behind the cockpit. This was the sign to the relief pilot that it was time for him to return to the cockpit and take over for the captain, so the captain could go back to the bunk and get some rest. The relief pilot knocked on the cockpit wall in response to show that he had heard the bell. Now, the Air France standard operating procedures at the time stipulated that the first officer in the right seat, who was pilot flying, would take on the role of piloting command when the captain left for rest unless something else had been agreed. And in this case, this was exactly what happened. And when the relief pilot arrived to the cockpit at time 01:59, the captain left his chair and listened in to the briefing that the first officer gave to the relief pilot. This briefing included the anticipated turbulence, that they were currently flying in cloud and that they couldn't climb any higher at the moment. The captain didn't leave any specific instructions about how the two first officers should deal with the thunderstorms ahead. Instead, he left the cockpit to start his rest. Now, we can only speculate to why he didn't give more clear instructions. Like I mentioned before, all 3 pilots were used to this type of weather and had flown this route many times, so it is likely that he found the 2 first officers more than capable of dealing with it. When the captain left, the Air France procedures meant that the much more senior relief pilot now took on the role of pilot monitoring in the left seat, and the first officer continued as pilot flying and effectively piloting command. The 2 pilots now started discussing the weather situation up ahead, and the first officer mentioned the intertropical convergence zone. But at this stage, there was no discussion about trying to avoid the cells by changing course. Instead, the first officer asked the relief pilot if he had been able to sleep anything, and the relief pilot said that he'd just dozed off a bit. The relief pilot then asked the first officer if he felt okay. This discussion could be interpreted as the 2 pilots possibly feeling a bit fatigued at this point. The captain had also made some similar remarks earlier. The relief pilot also left his pilot chair in the aft position and didn't move it forward into the piloting position when he sat down. That would likely have given him a more relaxed position where he could put his feet up, but it wouldn't be ideal if he suddenly needed to fly the aircraft, which he soon would need to do. At time 02:06 and 5 seconds, the first officer contacted the cabin crew to advise them that they would likely encounter some light turbulence soon and to tell them to be careful. It was now around 4 minutes since the captain had left the cockpit, and in another 4 minutes the emergency sequence would begin. The relief pilot now started looking closer at his navigation display, and he reached down and changed the gain on his weather radar to max. This made the weather radar more sensitive and highlighted the weather ahead of them. He then asked the first officer if he maybe wanted to go a bit to the left, indicating some discomfort with what he was seeing in front of them. The first officer asked what he meant, and he then pointed out the return on the screen in front of them and asked again if they could turn left. The first officer agreed and turned the heading log about 12 degrees to the left. This was a quite small correction given the amount of weather they had in front of them, but it meant that they now left their flight plan route and they didn't try to radio in this change to air traffic control. At time 02:08 and 17 seconds, the cockpit voice recorder picked up a change in background noise in the cockpit. This noise sounded like rain hitting the cockpit. At the same time, the first officer noticed that the temperature was going up and he asked if the relief pilot had done something with the air conditioning. He then asked, "What's that smell?" The relief pilot recognized the smell as ozone and calmed his colleague down by explaining what ozone was. These comments, as well as the precipitation heard outside the aircraft, were all signs of the type of weather phenomenon the aircraft was now flying into. The change in temperature and humidity felt in the cockpit was likely another sign of a huge amount of water or ice being suddenly sucked into the engines, partially overwhelming the air conditioning system. 20 seconds later, the background noise intensified and changed into a sound of ice crystals now hitting the cockpit. The turbulence intensified and the first officer reduced the commanded speed from Mach 0.82 to 0.8 for the first turbulence penetration speed. This caused the autopilot to reduce the thrust back to 84% F1. Up until this point, the aircraft had been performing flawlessly and the 2 pilots were relaxed and just monitoring the autopilot doing its job. We don't know for sure what caused it, but it is very likely that the ice crystals now pelting the aircraft outside started to overwhelm the heating elements of the pitot probes, providing crucial information to the air data modules. At that time, 02:10 and 5 seconds, the autopilot and autothrottle suddenly disconnected with the associated cavalry charge warning in the cockpit. At the same moment, heavy gusts of wind caused the aircraft to start blanking sharply to the right. The first officer called out, "I have controls," and reached for his side stick. Now this sudden onset of warning aircraft behavior would likely cause a severe start to both pilots and the confusion would have set in almost immediately. But at this point the aircraft is still flying at reasonably level with only this right bank developing. As the aircraft continued to right, the indicated airspeed on the captain's primary flight display as well as on the standby indicator suddenly dropped from 275 knots to 660 knots, a clearly erroneous indication. We don't know for sure what the first officer's instruments showed as they weren't recorded on the flight data recorder, but they likely also felt a similar amount. Remember I told you about how the altimeter system compensated the pressure for higher Mach numbers? Well, because the speed was now indicated as the altimeter system recalculated its altitude and suddenly showed a drop of 300 feet, well as negative first speed. first officer was also handling the aircraft now reacted instinctively by giving left later on and pitching up to correct altitude. This was the start of the sequence of events that ultimately to this first flight. Since all three are now showing unhighlighted data, the aircraft burned into the alternate, which meant that the angle of attack protections was lost, as well as overspeed and bank protections. Now, like I mentioned before, the all control now became about twice as sensitive, meaning the first officer had to really concentrate in order to get the aircraft back and return to that level flight. He started overcorrecting, and the movement he made with the side stick started causing more oscillation going from right to left and back again. It is very possible that most of the first officer's attention went to this handling point. But remember, he had also started pitching up. That pitch was now increased, leading to a very high rate climb. Almost instantaneously, the autopilot was disconnected. All of the different warnings started. A brief roll warning could also be heard in the cockpit. When the sound the relief pilot allowed what that likely did to nature warning, but it could also potentially indicate a future about the evening. Flight directors were not disconnected by the crew, as the procedure for airspeed unreliable instructed them to do, but the command bar is disappeared again with lack of data. 11 seconds into the sequence, the aircraft potentially 11 degrees north up, and first officer was making Mach 11 and right side still correct. He also now called, we haven't got good display, likely for lack of speed. The relief pilot who was supposed to handle the ECAM warnings and on check this all out. We've lost speed and all let it low. Then continue to be down the ECAM messages, but in a manner that was hard to understand and very rough. Here, we would be absolutely crucial. Clearly point out that the aircraft was alternate law, meaning that it would handle differently and that certain protections were lost. He mentioned that the outrush was lost but there was by asking engine lever, showing some confusion about what the pilot was saying. Since the outrush had disconnected when it occurred, the thrust had gone into a mode called engine thrust locked, which basically meant that it was keeping the previously value 4%. ECAM instructed the crew to move the thrust and managed to resume the thrust level, but instead never started to push it out of the disconnect and left thrust level where it was, which was in the climb detent. And because of that, the thrust now started to increase into climb thrust. All of what I've said so far happened in the first 18 seconds of this emergency. There were 10 different ECAM messages. showing up, each of them causing a chime in the cockpit. On top of this, the master warning and the master caution light was illuminated in front of the pilots, as well as a constant C-chord chime, indicating that the aircraft had left its cleared altitude. This would have been a very confusing and stressful environment for the pilots. And the fact that unreliable airspeed was not indicated on the ECAM, this was something that the pilots needed to figure out themselves. That might have been the reason why they didn't start executing that procedure at that point. At time 02:10 and 26 seconds, the aircraft pitch-up attitude had reached 12 degrees nose up. The aircraft was now climbing with a hair-raising 6,900 feet per minute, more than 7 times higher than the normal rate would be as it passed 36,000 feet. Maintaining a rate this high meant that the aircraft was now rapidly exchanging speed for altitude. Suddenly, the flight director bars reappeared in front of the first officer, but instead of being engaged in the altitude hold mode that they were before, they're now engaged in vertical speed mode, since they activated in the middle of a climb. This meant that the flight directors were now starting to show the pilots the pitch needed to maintain their current 6,000 feet per minute climb. That would definitely not have been helpful in this situation when the first officer was likely becoming more and more overloaded by noise and workload. And it was precisely because of this that the unreliable airspeed memory items included turning off the flight directives. The relief pilot now looked away from the ECAM display, which he had stopped reading anyway, and reached to switch on the wing anti-ice. And that's when he noticed the high pitch that the aircraft was keeping. He called out, "Watch your speed," possibly referring to the vertical speed, since the speed indication still hadn't returned. The first officer replied, okay, I'm going back down," and started pitching forward, but not nearly enough. This only reduced the climb rate, but the aircraft continued to climb. The relief pilot continued to call out that he needed to stabilize, go back down, and according to all three, "You are going up, so go back down," to which the first officer responded, "Okay." The pitch now momentarily reduced to about 10 degrees pitch up, which still gave a climb rate of about 4,000 feet per minute. They now climbed through their calculated max altitude of 37,000 feet, and at times 0210 and 36 seconds, the flight directives disappeared again, but the airspeed came back on the left side, indicating the correct speed of 223 knots. That meant that up until this point, the aircraft had lost about 50 knots of pressurized airspeed, and the speed was still reducing. The flight directives again flashed up for about a second, disappeared, and then came back again, commanding a climb of about 1,400 feet per minute, which was what the aircraft was doing at that time. At times 0210 and 47 seconds, the first officer inexplicably now reduced the thrust back to around 85% N1. And this is likely a sign of his increasing loss of situational awareness and disorientation. The relief pilot pushed the call button to try and get the captain back into the cockpit again. He pressed it several times, asking, "Where is he?" He also reached over and switched the air data selector and the attitude heading selector to first officer on 3. These are switches designed to change the data input for the displays, and they were not items covered in any checklist. He likely switched these in an attempt to try and restore the instrument that he felt were missing for the first officer. 3 seconds later, the stall warning went off in the cockpit and sounded continuously for the next 45 seconds. The fact that this warning was now sounding continuously was not verbalized or even discussed by any of the pilots. Instead, the first officer reacted by pulling back on the controls, increasing the pitch attitude to 16 degrees nose up, similar to what you would have on takeoff. This pitch up command now also meant that the stabilizer at the back of the aircraft started moving into the max nose up position, making a potential recovery even harder. The aircraft now no longer had enough energy to keep the requested climb rate. Instead, it started to slowly level off, rocking from side to side, which the first officer desperately tried to counteract with the side stick. They were now rapidly closing in on a fully developed stall. Now, a stall happens when the aircraft wing has moved beyond its critical angle of attack, meaning that it effectively stops being able to create lift, and instead the aircraft will start to fall. A stall can happen at any attitude. The only thing that determines when it happens is the angle of attack, and the angle of attack is the angle between the wing chord line and the oncoming airflow. Both pilots had received initial training on how to deal with and approach the stall and recovery during the type ratings years ago, but they would have never experienced the feeling of a fully developed stall in the real aircraft. The fact that the Airbus only has an audio warning, not a visual stall indication in front of the pilots or a stick shaker, might also have played a part in explaining why the warning wasn't reacted to, because one of the first things that disappears when a human is under stress is their hearing. At times 0210 and 57 seconds, the aircraft reached its stall angle of attack, and violent buffeting started to shake the aircraft. This type of buffeting is of a much higher frequency than turbulence is, and it feels very different. The first officer now added full toga thrust. But at this altitude, above the aircraft's maximum performance altitude, the engines were not able to produce enough thrust to even keep the speed, much less accelerated. The relief pilot called out, "Above all, try to touch the lateral controls as little as possible," showing some insight into the issues with flying in alternate law. But this fell on deaf ears as the first officer continued to make max left and right inputs. The relief pilot also said, "Is he coming or not?" referring to the captain. The first officer now called out, "I'm in toga," referring to the fact that he had added thrust, which he might have thought would be enough to solve the situation. The aircraft still climbed a few hundred feet more until it reached its maximum recorded altitude of 37,924 feet, and then it started falling down towards the sea below. Now you might ask yourselves, why didn't the relief pilot just take controls? He was asking for corrections that didn't happen. Well, we will never know the answer to that, but it likely lies in the fact that this all happened quite fast. It only took about 1 minute to reach this point. Also, the fact that he couldn't see or feel the input his colleague was making on the side stick, since those aren't connected to each other in the Airbus, made it hard to monitor what his colleague was actually doing. At time 02:11 and 7 seconds, the last bit of ice inside of the pitot tubes had been cleared by the heating elements, and both the standby and left airspeed indicator now started working again. The speed indicated was 183 knots, meaning that they had lost around 90 knots of airspeed. The aircraft now entered into an increasingly rapid descent, with the stall warning sounding continuously. The relief pilot called out, "But we've got the engines, what's happening?" And then, "Do you understand what's happening?" But he got no reply. The aircraft started banking over towards the right, which prompted the first officer to give continuous left side stick, but with very little effect. The first officer also continued his pitch up command with his side stick and would be doing that continuously for the next 40 seconds. Now, for all of those out there who cannot believe how it was possible for the first officer to react this way, there are a few things that are worth thinking about. The first is that the human brain does not perform well under stress, and we tend to revert to our training when that happens. And that brings me to my second point, which is how the Airbus functions when it's flown in normal law. You see, the best possible climb performance you can get from the aircraft is achieved through applying continuous back pressure and toga thrust. That's what's used during a wind shear or a terrain escape maneuver, for example. Since the aircraft will not allow it to stall, it will only pitch to maintain close to its maximum angle of attack, whilst using max thrust, giving the best possible performance. But that only works in normal law. If you apply that logic, the actions of the overstressed first officer becomes maybe a little bit more understandable. At time 02:11 and 32 seconds, the first officer called out that he didn't have control of the aircraft anymore, no control at all. The relief pilot responded by saying "controls to the left" and pressed the takeover button to take controls, but he never verbalized that takeover formally. He then made 2 brief inputs to the left of his own controls before the first officer took back the controls again and continued with his own inputs, aft and left, none of which was working. At this point, the aircraft descent rate had increased to around 10,000 feet per minute, and the angle of attack was close to 40 degrees, meaning that the aircraft was now more falling than flying. Because it was maintaining such an incredibly high angle of attack, the air was now hitting the aircraft from below at a 40 to 60 degree angle. This would have caused a very strange wind noise in the cockpit, but also crucially, the angle that the air was hitting the pitot tubes and the static ports with was now so extreme that the pressure became almost equal on both. This meant that the speed indication once again disappeared, as the computer interpreted those conditions as being completely impossible and unreliable. So, the reason that the crew now once again found themselves without valid speed indication had nothing to do with ice from this point on. It was only due to their extreme aircraft situation. Once the speed value dropped below 60 knots, the onboard computers told the stall warning system to disregard the angle of attack vanes outside, because such a speed could only be encountered on the ground. This made the stall warning stop in the cockpit, and as the calculated speed fell below 30 knots, the speed indication was replaced by speed flags on the pilot display. At this point, the first officer also said something that gives a bit of an insight to why he was acting the way he did. He said, "I have the impression that we have the speed." It's unclear what he was basing this feeling on, but it could be just his senses together with the increase in wind noise from outside and possibly the buffeting that he was feeling. In any case, the silencing of the stall warning coincided with the captain returning to the cockpit at time 02:11 and 42 seconds. That was about 1 minute and a half after the autopilot disconnected and less than 1 minute after he was called back. He was faced with a completely unrealistic scene. There was no stall warning at this point for the reason that I just explained, but the aircraft was descending with an incredible vertical speed, and they were just passing 35,000 feet, the same altitude they had maintained when he left the cockpit. The pitch attitude was varying between 15 degrees nose up and 9 degrees nose down, and he could see 10 different ECAM warnings, master warning lights, together with severe buffeting which was shaking the aircraft. The captain asked, "What are you doing?" To which the relief pilot desperately answered, "What's happening? Well, I don't know what's happening." The first officer also chimed in, "We're losing control of the aircraft here," and the relief pilot added, "We've lost all control of the airplane. We don't understand anything. We've tried everything." The first officer now reduced the engines to idle, and given their position below the wings, this and some actual pitch down commands finally caused the aircraft to pitch down to about 11 degrees below the horizon. The first officer said, "I have a problem. It's that I don't have vertical speed. I have no more displays." And the relief pilot said, "We have no valid indications." The vertical speed indication might have been indicating full down at this point, or it could indeed be missing as the computer rendered any value above 20,000 feet per minute as invalid. But the fact that they were now finally pitching down caused the speed to start increasing and the angle of attack to decrease slightly. But in a cruel twist of fate, because the speed now started increasing, the stall warning system again noticed that it had valid indications and started sounding, giving the perverse effect of indicating stall when the nose was pitching down, but disappearing again when it was pitched back up. This must have been extremely confusing for the pilots, but fully in line with the aircraft system design at the time, because no aircraft was ever thought to even get close to that kind of situation that they now found themselves in. The first officer now said, "I have the impression that we have some crazy speed. What do you think?" He then reached over and deployed the speed brake, but was immediately told to stow it again by his colleagues. Now, this further indicates that the first officer indeed thought that the aircraft was in an overspeed and not in the fully developed stall that they actually were. As the pilots were now trying to troubleshoot, the aircraft was descending with between 10 to 15,000 feet per minute, with the nose oscillating between 8 degrees nose down and 15 degrees nose up. Each time it pitched down, the stall warning would activate, and when it pitched up again, it would silence. The bank angle varied between 20 and 40 degrees to the right, and it's likely that it was mostly the yaw damper, which was controlling the rudder, who kept the aircraft from going into a spin. At time 02:12 and 10 seconds, the thrust was again moved into the climb detent, and 20 seconds later, the aircraft stopped banking to the right and instead started oscillating left and right, which the first officer continued to try and correct with his side stick. The relief pilot asked the captain, "What do you think? What do we need to do?" But the captain, who had not been informed about the nature of the initial failure, nor about the rapid climb in the beginning of the emergency, was completely perplexed. He just answered, "There, I don't know, there it's going down," clearly just trying to orient himself of what he was seeing on the different instruments. In the following seconds, there are a lot of confused call-outs from all three pilots. The first officer, who was still in control, was asking things like, "Am I going down now?" To which the relief pilot responded, "Go down," and the captain, "No, you're climbed there," most likely referring to his pitch attitude, not to what the aircraft was actually doing. At some point here, the first officer actually positions the side stick fully forward for a few seconds. This causes a pitch down and the speed to start increasing. And with that, stall warning came back and the first officer confirms the engines to be in toga. This is again an indication of this being his go-to response for the stall warning. He then asked, "What do we have on Alti?" referring to the altimeter reading, which was about 20,000 feet at this point. Now, this is a bit strange, since he should be seeing his altitude in front of him, but unfortunately we cannot be sure if the first officer had any valid instruments at all in front of him, since the flight data recorder didn't capture it. Later examinations of the different failure modes in the computers seems to indicate that he did have it. The captain muttered, "It's impossible," showing that he still couldn't figure out what was going on. During the following seconds, the pilots kept discussing the attitude of the aircraft and how to get the wings horizontal. The confusion is obvious and excruciating to listen to. The first officer explained that he is at the limit with the roll controls, and the captain then suggested that he could use a bit of left rudder to try to stop the right bank. This actually seemed to help momentarily as the aircraft rolled over slightly to the left, but soon continued banking right again. The aircraft descended through 10,000 feet and the first officer called out, we're there, we're passing level 100." At this point, there was likely very little the pilot could have done to save this aircraft. But the relief pilot now called out, "Wait, me! I have controls," and then started making left inputs, but the first officer never let go of his control, so the warning
Dual input.
was now heard multiple times for the coming seconds. The first officer called out, "How come we're continuing to go down?" And as he was saying this, the relief pilot instructed the captain to try and reset the flight control computers, which he did, but the captain also said that it wouldn't make any difference. The relief pilot then started calling out, "Climb, climb, climb," to which the first officer responded, "But I've been at max nose up for a while." That last remark likely finally made the captain understand what was going on, and he called out, "No, no, no, don't climb." The relief pilot said, "So go down," and pushed his side stick forward, but the first officer was still holding his side stick backwards, causing a new dual input warning. And since the two inputs were now averaged, nothing happened. The relief pilot called out, "So give me the controls, controls to me, controls to me." First officer responded, "Go ahead, you have the controls, we're still in toga." The nose was now lowered 7 degrees below the horizon, and the speed indication came back together with another stall warning. 7 seconds later, despite having given the controls to the relief pilot, the first officer again started pulling back on the controls, causing another dual input alert. The thrust levels was also momentarily pulled back to idle and then moved forward again, likely to try and achieve any type of change to the situation. The captain called out from the jump seat, "Watch out, you're pitching up there." But it now seems like the relief pilot had changed his mind about the strategy, because he called out, "I'm pitching up, I'm pitching up." And when the captain continued to warn about doing that, he responded, "Well, we need to do it, we're at 4,000 feet. The next thing that could be heard on the cockpit voice recorder was the GPWS system calling out,
"Sink rate, pull up,"
as the aircraft fell through 2,500 feet. This caused the captain to also change his mind, and he called out, "Go on, pull," as the first officer chimed in, "Let's go, pull up, pull up, pull up." Both pilots now pulled maximum back on their side stick, causing the nose to pitch up 16 degrees above the horizon. The speed at this point was 107 knots forward, but an equal heart-wrenching 107 knots downwards. At time 02, 14 and 22 seconds, the first officer again pushed his takeover button and kept it pressed. This locked out the control from the relief pilot. The synthetic cockpit voice recorder called out,
"Priority right."
The first officer now pulled in panic back and called out, "Damn, we're going to crash," followed by, "This can't be true," and "What's happening?" The captain barked out an order, 10 degrees pitch up, while the stall and GPWS warnings were blaring in the background. The relief pilot now tried for the last time to pitch forward, but since the first officer was holding the takeover button, his inputs had no effect. Even if they would have, this was far too late to do anything about the situation. At time 02, 14 and 28 seconds, the Airbus 330 crashed into the Atlantic Ocean at a 45-degree angle and a vertical speed of 10,900 feet per minute. The forces exerted on the airframe was equivalent to someone being dropped from the 46th floor of a building straight into the ground. It immediately shattered the aircraft into thousands of pieces, and all 228 people on board were immediately lost. Completely unaware of the horrific fate of the aircraft, the 4 control centers that were planned to be in contact with the flight soon started contacting each other to verify if anyone had heard anything from the aircraft. It soon became clear that there had been no sign from the flight since time 0135, and the crew hadn't checked in at the various position checkpoints that they should have. Since the problem with HF radio contact was not uncommon in this part of the Atlantic Ocean, no one took any particular notice of this for the first few hours. There continued to be several calls made between the different ATC centers verifying if anything had been heard, and other aircraft flying on the same route were asked to try and contact the flight, but with no success. The same went for trying to contact them via SATCOM, which is a type of satellite telephone, as well as ACARS messages sent from Air France. 3 hours after the accident, the flight was first registered as missing, and a further 3 hours later, the first emergency message was sent out by Madrid in Spain, and as well as from Senegalese ATC control centers. This triggered the first search and rescue planes to be sent out towards the last known location of the aircraft. On the 2nd of June 2009, 2 days after the accident, the first floating debris was spotted on the ocean surface, and 3 days later, the first debris and victims were recovered from the sea. This was the beginning of a 2-year-long search and rescue effort that included charting the entire underwater terrain in the area where the aircraft was thought to have gone down. The search was divided into several campaigns, with the last one starting in March of 2011, and on the 2nd of April that year, the wreckage was finally located on a relatively flat area at the sea floor at a depth of about 12,800 feet and 6.5 miles away from its last ACARS transmitted position. This meant that thousands of pieces could be recovered, including both the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, which were miraculously in good condition. The fact that both recorders were found was what finally led to the final report and the details that I've just told you. So, what conclusions did the final report bring? Why did this horrible accident actually happen? Well, the fact was that no component on the aircraft actually failed, but the pitot tubes and their heating elements were temporarily overwhelmed by external factors that were likely outside of what they had been certified for. This then led to a loss of reliable airspeed, and that in turn caused a cascade of temporary system degradations, warnings and autopilot disconnections that caused a severe startle to the operating crew. The crew was expected to apply the procedure for unreliable airspeed, but never did so. Instead, the initial pitch-up reaction by the pilot flying led to a continuously worsening energy situation, which was discovered late by the pilot monitoring. The subsequent corrections were too small, leading to the aircraft exiting the flight performance envelope and entering into a sustained stall. This fact was not understood by the pilots, most likely because of lack of training, but possibly also because they might have thought that the warning was erroneous since it didn't match their mental model of what was going on. In any case, the stall conditions was never discussed or verbalized by the pilots during the whole sequence. The lack of identification of that stall meant that the crew never initiated any countermeasures against it. This accident sent shockwaves through the aviation industry and led to several safety recommendations, including the formation of a formal upset prevention and recovery technique training module for all pilots out there. That included the effects of high altitude flying and stall recoveries. It also led to new memory items for flight with unreliable airspeed, which are now focused on disconnecting automatics and setting correct pitch and power immediately to keep the aircraft flying safe before starting any troubleshooting. The investigation also recommended the insertion of a camera in the cockpit to show all instruments indications, as well as several other recommendations around the pitot probes, black boxes, the Airbus stall warning system, as well as search and rescue improvements. Several other recommendations were also made, but the most important lessons that we pilots need to take away from this accident are that we really need to understand the aircraft that we're flying. That means understanding all of the systems, what happens if those systems are degraded, and also how the aircraft might react differently when flying at high altitude versus at low altitude. And lastly, never forget to continue to fly the aircraft. If a startle happens, remember that pitch and power will keep you safe. Keep the aircraft flying, and only after that try to figure out what has actually happened. As long as the aircraft is flying, there will be plenty of time to troubleshoot. As always, this story was based on the accident final report, but due to its complexity and the many human factors involved, I've also used several other sources, and I want to especially mention Understanding Air France 447 by Bill Palmer, which was instrumental in broadening my system's understanding of the Airbus 330. I highly recommend it. Now, check out this video next or binge on this playlist. Consider subscribing to the channel if you think that I've earned it, and if you want to support the work that we do here, then consider
Well guys, that was a very inspirational, not really inspirational, but learning video. As you can tell, we don't have that much time left on our flight. We got like an hour and a half left or so, give or take. So, we just passed over timeline and we're going to do this turn into Alto. Probably but just a video here. So, until we go to Mad Dog. And a Mad Alpha. So here, got mag generated. Mag 50, mag 30. Yeah, I do. Which, that's stretch out. Oh, wait. Perfect. Wow. Alright, yep. Well, so, playing my arrival here. There's 2 here now. I don't know if we should do it this way. Take up on lines, red to Hong Kong, and to the airport. I might be able to make these but doesn't get fully established. We'll figure it out. Like black parallel going out. Or just just like that. Let's see here. Let's get
It's getting dark, I feel the
yeah, only about 20 of these to go.
I feel the I feel the It's getting dark, I feel the I feel the
Ooh, we got some thunder from the airport. That's gonna be fun. Thunder is somewhat waking up, but we got thunder. Yeah, thunder. Oh boy. I can't do it. Last episode to freeze.
Put it all behind. Put it all behind.
Give it 5 seconds, guys.
Put it all behind. 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 Put it all behind.
I have sound. There we go. That's what it caused it. Six out of 9, guys. How to get together. That's a good job. want. We are supposed to be 5 or 17 minutes, or 4 or 5 minutes. So far we are 4 or 6 minutes, so I'm basically made our flight time so much shorter. Just guys this. I've come to play before. I've seen it. And twice. Yes. First time I was in an AC party, I did it on that flight. I really go like that to yeah. Second time I did it with the stuff first time I didn't tell him, bitch. The second time I did it with the stuff first time, we crashed into a mountain. Third time, crashed into a building. Fourth time, into the ocean. Fifth time, didn't. Sixth time, didn't. I don't know, it's just 50-50 with me. You either trust me or you don't. Trust me, you'll like it. Not trust me. Probably right about that. But yeah, never gets like this bad guy. I'll try to get you guys down. Okay, so I can tell you that slide over there. Good luck, guys. Here we go. Look. Wish me luck. Oh. Next time we should probably die. Actually, yeah, let's, give me a quick second. There. Alright, I just had to keep the replay too long. Just so, this landing, we do know what to correct. Okay. I'm going to Nine. I really say honest. I want to say thank you guys. Away from trash. Away from that. That's what she was saying. Okay, let's just start with that. Yeah. I will try not to get us killed. But no promises. Let's stop John. Anything on the mouse, we're still good. Yeah, we just got a ticket for the I'm doing my own thing. Like, let's see up here. Trip meter. Airplane.
Last time I saw you, lady, we were walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Wish you the best on your journey. Last time I saw you, lady, last time I saw you, we were walking other ways. We were walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy? Wish you the best on your journey. Wish you the best.
Okay.
Last time I saw you, lady, we were walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Wish you the best in your journey. Last time I saw you, lady, last time I saw you, we were walking other ways. Walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy? Wish you the best in your journey. Wish you.
Oh. If you guys know my God, well,
Oh, man. You need some headphones, bro.
that's a good thing on don't trust that. Right, this way.
You know I said just. Just.
It's one more. Yeah,
Oh, man. You need some headphones, bro.
You know I said just.
you guys are leaving what
You know I said just.
Alright. Yeah, I think we got it. We're not close to the top drop, guys. We're lucky we might be the coast. Yep. There we go.
You know I said just. Just
I think you got mine.
you know I said just.
Alright, clients, we need to get 6,000. For line. Upper Hong Kong, we want to be around. Get up to 600. Alright.
Lights were blinding me, electric pulses through my veins. My eyes reflect the beauty you didn't give me the attention I was hoping for.
Alright, it's RJCC, guys.
Is it possible that you want more?
Here's the difficult project to contact. Gonna make my life a tad bit easier. So,
You had to leave early, and I didn't even have your number. I was afraid to never see you again. Give it all to my baby, all to my baby, all to my baby. 'Cause I trust you a little, trust you a little, trust you a little. I remember last time you said you slept with that other guy. That's why it's hard for me to trust you another time. Give it all to my baby, all to my baby, all to my baby. 'Cause I trust you a little, trust you a little, trust you a little. I remember last time you said you slept with that other guy. That's why it's hard for me to trust you another time. My friends and I were at a party. I wasn't counting on you. I watched myself alarm clock ticking in the night. You were my eyes, the most desirable girl. You didn't give me the attention I was hoping for. I felt your warmth and I stared deep into your eyes. You kissed me softly and stroked through your hair from your head to the back.
alright guys, we've started to set down to Hong Kong time contact. No promises this could end well. After that. The got some weather that cleared up. Weather defects that were pretty much clear. I'm gonna use Hong Kong weather to give us a basic HDL for background weather. I'm gonna do that. Gotta click on the and I took this again to telegram on your pressure. Yeah. We expect. we go. On down to Hong Kong. That's not good. Okay, get these major calls. There we go, guys. We're gonna overfly the airport of Hong Kong, the actual airport of Hong Kong. The Skytrack used to be the oldest airport of Hong Kong. If you guys want, I can pull a video about Hong Kong. It's called the video about Skytrack.
Need to rewind, 'cause I'm craving for a sign. I don't know why, but I keep burning inside. Like a phoenix, I'm trying to rise. I don't know what to do, so I'm leaving the city. 'Cause I can't afford all my demons. I wish that it was true, that you need me to hold you, but I can't control how you're feeling.
I'm gonna get round up on Skytrack. Skytrack used to be the Hong Kong's first international airport back in the 1970s. It closed down as the same day as Hong Kong International Airport. Okay. The reason why it closed down was because of the dangerous landscape, and the reason why it was why it's known for alcohol. For the reputation they got for being the worst.
On a scale 1 to 10, she 100. Gets everything that she wants in abundance. Knows how to be a lady in public, but she can get crazy. Ooh, I love it. She got a lot of weight in her luggage, and shorty ain't bluffing. She might snap on you like it's nothing. Everything I thought I knew is redundant.
Explosive temper. This is gonna be irritating.
Every apology's a token gesture. I'm sorry, baby, I don't know no better. You get mad when I show no effort, and turn the summer into a cold December. Cruise on the high road, dodging the potholes, tied up and I'm blindfold. She got me going psycho. I walk on a tightrope, my feet get nice cold, my head spinning like a cyclone. She got me going psycho.
I need my mouth. There we go. Okay. Alright.
Hold up, baby, I got CBD. Now we should kick back, pop in the DVD. Yeah.
They got all these cousins.
Hold up, baby, we should keep the peace before one of us blows up like TNT. Let's go. I guess I'm crazy too. Not right in my mind, but I play it cool. A lot of emotions I convey are cruel, and my toxic traits are like deja vu. Ooh, that's the way I do. I'm a hot mess. Face the truth. I don't mean everything I say to you, but I know that I got you going crazy too. Damn. Cruise on the high road, dodging the potholes, tied up and I'm blindfold. She got me going psycho. I walk on a tightrope, my feet get nice cold, my head spinning like a cyclone. She got me going psycho.
Alright, guys, not the part. Shut up about that. Let's get a checklist started. Recall. Game live. Auto brakes. Max. max auto brakes, guys. Let's have that engine. 908s. Auto brakes max. NRF. Get to his low speed, 146. It's a short runway, and it's a dangerous approach. 90 day after about minimum completed. Approach maybe, I should probably get really good. So, we're going to be doing the visual of ILS of the for contact 13. It's kind of a weird approach that I planned for us. Because here's overshoot the Hong Kong airport to fly right over it, and then circle the shoot for the contact approach. Which why is because of altitude. If we just get down to the nearest altitude, if you get down to the altitude, nearest altitude, lowest altitude, which would be 600 to be able to call back the lowest altitude. 600 people take over control, fly visual, and then on my controls, and afterwards we'll take care for us. Approach review completed. Next checklist. Checklist. Set. Next checklist. We'll deal with that later. Here we go, guys. Here's the next piece of fun. Oh, here's Hong Kong. This butterfly balance. This is not a normal approach. This is an approach you would never do in real life. In fact, the airport's closed. That's not that good. You too. Longer than you get. I think it's fun too. Guys, that's our runway right there. That's our airport. Right there, the road flying. We're gonna come back around and do the approach. But this altitude, it looks like nothing's fine. Yeah, everything's completely fine. You think it's up, we're gonna fly right up the mountain to the thing. No, you guys are for a treat. We are not flying right up the mountain. Sure, the mountain should be super easy, but let's add some challenge. So let's add human life into the mix. So, yeah, let's take care of contact. And we're passing low speed. We'll cut that. We'll cut this last song today. So, here we go, guys. Now you guys are starting to see the full picture. There's... Oh boy! Yay! Yay! You guys ever wondering what contact looks like? We're in for a treat! Yippee! So I decided to do this. Because I'm a master. I'm crazy, stupid. Trying to reach our altitude 8,000 feet before the lights up. I'm not completely reaching for that decay. Oh my gosh. It's about to become real, guys. Oh yeah. It's about to become real. Oh. Woo, okay, boys. We're for a treat. Oof. Here we go, guys. Okay, don't stress, don't stress. We got only about 345 souls on board, and not very many people watching, but we got 345 souls on board. We're landing at one of the most dangerous airports in the world. Well, in history. No, not the world, but history, world, but and we're sending a big boy into it. What could possibly go wrong besides the fact that we're going to possibly inability to override, dive into the ocean, or should overshoot and have to do the landing again? There's one phrase that we always like to joke about, but it's kind of true. You can always go around. So, that means that no matter what, you have to go. No matter what, if there's an emergency, you can always go around. That's all. Alright, 8 knots speed, start cockpit. Light lights, come on. Trying to get it down to top speed now. Yeah, about 600. There we go, guys. Back in real. Back in real. And we got pretty bad visibility. That adds it to the mix. You gotta love that. Alright guys, here we go. It's pretty quiet still. Trying to get us. I need us at 600. The terrain, we should probably get the terrain meter on. That's our terrain. There we go. Boys. That's a guns. Here we go. But I want to get some really configured stuff. That's configured. Trying to get some best possible. Alright, we're a couple hundred feet from line, but that's okay. Alright, this is where it all comes down. This is where my concentration comes in. I'm gonna let you guys take it. I was gonna say I'm just gonna let you guys take it in view, but yeah, I hit that cloud. Alright. Alright, go. Here guys. Here we go, we're overflying the airport. 2,600 feet. Oh, that's not enough time. That's not enough time. But I'm gonna take control. Once we get to 2,600, I'm gonna take control. I guess to that 600. And head is right. To be on the heading switch. There's the new airport, guys. Okay, we should be dive bombing this. I don't wanna say it's not. Degrees. What I have to do. Guys, here's Kitech. Oh boy, this is where it gets fun. Really come out your feet for that. We're at... What? No. Alright, this point we should throttle tower. Alright. Close away from the train. Not that close. Good. Here's the old Hong Kong airport, guys. I'm gonna make our call. Hong Kong traffic. China Air 1303 is about 20 mile final for contact for Dynasty 1303. I forgot we go by Dynasty, not China Air. Alright, by 16.
2500.
Checked. Flaps 1. Gets down to flaps 5. No, you're on flaps 5.
Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 831 Heavy landing, runway 7 right, Hong Kong.
Yeah, you should probably wander around going for like the airport. That's fine. Wait, somebody's running. Alright. That might be fun. That's fine, I don't care. I want to support the speed. About 700 feet per minute. And we're gonna go for cut up here of speed, which is
Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 831 Heavy, short final runway 7 right, Hong Kong traffic.
45. That's 10. That's 20. Left full.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
Nah.
Landing
Fuck
gear.
that. Okay.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
And
gear.
gear's coming down. Shut up.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
Alright. Cat, Hong Kong traffic, Dynasty 1303 is going to be about a 10 mile final for runway 13 for contact. Hong Kong traffic. It's gonna be pretty fun, guys. Alright, we're gonna take it off. I get just give up and get down. I see the lights. I want to see the checkboard too. You can see the checkboard. I wanna hold it. It's going like 080.
Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 831 Heavy, clear runway 7 right, that's into the terminal, Hong Kong traffic.
Zero 80. Got hug the left side here. And this time we're fully configured. Since we're fully configured here, I'm gonna start the replay. Exhale. Here it is. Alright guys, this is the final part of the flight. We've reached 1,600 feet. Autosonic can disengage. Touch. Keep the autosonic in. Whoa, stop doing quick descent. Alright, remove flight directors. Here we go, we're gonna look for the checkerboard. Guys, do you see why it's now called the dangerous approach? Right, because for this reason.
1,000.
Stable. Looking for a checkerboard. Metro height at the checkerboard. Alright.
400.
Let's do
300.
checkerboard. Side.
300.
How'd you call it? Be nice one.
200. 150. 100.
Oh my god.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Landed. Oh my god. No. Stop. And we're good, ditching the river. And to the river we go. Well, I think don't trust me with landing. Since now you guys can kind of understand why it's called the dangerous approach. I hope. That was interesting. Yeah. Shut up our stuff landing here. We're just gonna call this a stream. Yeah. A stream and final remarks. We're gonna watch from which video? This video. Don't mind that sound. Don't mind that sound whatsoever. Whatsoever. I'm gonna shut down. Okay guys, look here. Yeah, we got a load of 722 apparently on the guys, so I don't know which one to believe, but here's you can really tell how low we are. Oh jeez, this is nuts. This is ridiculous. Guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I really do. Evening, it's a Kitech. Sorry about the starters, I didn't know what's going on. I think I know what's going on. I forgot to turn off the that's disconnected patch. Here. I should tell you guys what lock time is 4 hours and 52 minutes. General flight time is 4 hours and 40 minutes. They're not bad. I mean, look how close we are. We're just scraping the edge. Oh my, we would come close. Oh my. Okay. I actually want to see what the landing gear looked like. And then this is probably gentleman, so he gets over here. Some is jumping. Stop. Stop the recording. Alright. We're gonna look from this view. We're gonna see how far off we were before we decided to get to the okay, hold on, honestly. Hold on. Oh my, wait. That's perfect. Look at that. Here, we literally crazy. Oh, it's close to contact. Honestly, oh my god. You can really tell how far we've jumped. Alright, let's stop it here. Let's see what other view should I do. Okay. Let's see what it looks like from this view. Alright. Starting out slow. Don't like that sound that you're hearing that time correctly. That's called a sticker, which is basically all blind, press on it, where to install, like you can learn what installs are. It's gonna help you out by like forcing the thing down. Like forcing the thing down. Let's do all of this view. Let's do this view. Much better. I mean, just look how close we are. That's a perfect shot right there. I mean, that was pretty good landing. Oh my. And you can tell how close we are to the buildings. I'm like 50 feet off. Something that I've always wanted to do. Alright guys, I'm gonna get off the film review for today. Thanks for this wonderful flight, and I hope to see you guys later. sometime soon. I'll probably be back tomorrow, Beijing, Hong Kong to Beijing tomorrow, probably. What I'm gonna do. See you guys. Yeah.
To the next level, take it to the next level, take it to the next level, take